Hi everyone, I am Tara, aka Spirit Mother, and I would like to welcome you all back to my channel on YouTube, Spirit Teaches Going With Itself, until 1974 Enlightened Soul, and I'm also live on my Facebook. If you're new to my channel, I would suggest and really encourage you to read the description on my YouTube channel, Spirit Teaches Going With Itself, to get a better understanding of what it is that I do bring forward. Now, I use a lot of my own life experiences, as many as you know. I'll make you laugh, I'll make you cry, I'll piss you off. You want to punch me outside my head. And hey, keep your hands to yourself, but by all means, bring it energetically. And you'll love me, hate me, like me, loathe me. And, hey, each to their own, right? Now, there's a lot of talk with regards to the prophecy, with revelations, with what's going on between Iran and Israel and the United States. Okay? Now, this topic it's gonna butthurt a few people because you're talking about the prophecy, okay? And you're talking about what was it, the 12 tribes? Okay. This is why I actually encourage many people. That's why I encourage you, not just many people. I encourage you all to actually go look into your own genealogy, but you don't do that, right? And why do most people not do that? Because they say, "Oh, well, that's long ago." You are part of that history. Whether you believe it's far gone or they're not family or what have you. If it wasn't for them, you wouldn't be here today. But it also connects with the fighting. You say the Levites, the 12 tribes. Well, not conveniently, but by many hours of looking into my own genealogy, Jesus Christ. Now, I went through mine, okay? And what I found, and I brought it on here many times, what I found was very interesting, okay? Because my second grade Grammy was a Levy, okay? So I went from her father, back before him and before him, and I went to my 11th grade granddaddy. And it took me from Levi, as some of you may pronounce it, to Halevi. Solomon ben Isaac Halevi. Okay? And some of you don't get this, but some of you do. See, I've been reading about like asking the questions with regards to the Islam and Jewish and what have you, and Christian and Catholic. I don't choose religion. Okay. Now, going through it, and I went through the Levy. So I went on TikTok, or not TikTok, sorry. I went on and I Googled the last name Halevi. The last name Halevi, Hebrew, means the Levite. So right back, let's see. Okay, from my second great granddaddy, or sorry, my first great grand. Oh, hold on. See, when I look at this, okay, and certain people in my family believe that okay, yes, because okay, so my second great granddaddy married a Levy, and when I looked back, they were all much of the rabbi from Mary Elizabeth, her father David, his father Grisham, his father Nathan or Nathaniel, his father Asher, his father Moses Raphael, his father Yeshua Isaac, his father Isaac Yishka, his father Moses, and his father Solomon. They're all Halevi. After Moses, it went Halevi. After Moses, Raphael Levi, it went Halevi. It was Halevi. And they dropped the ha. So I am a descendant of the Halevi, the Levites. My sixth great granddaddy, not the Halevi side, but what married my second great granddaddy's great great grandfather had a religious seat. Okay, because it's all been about, like, people are saying about the land. These people were promised the land when nobody could actually promise anyone the land. So the ones that always are always saying, "Give us our land back," the land was never yours to have. As irritated as you may be with me with regards to that, the land was never yours to be had, considering your ancestors long before you would always say the land belongs to no one. So, see, the Israelite, like, Islam, what you have right now, they stole everything from the true Israelites. They are the imposters. And that's why they're beating on women and children. Because as long as you can keep a woman down, then the truth cannot be revealed. So anyone who condones and believes that it's okay for any religion to be marrying fucking children or beating on women and children, you're not following the true prophecy, as you call it. But my question is, why are you trying to fulfill someone else's prophecy? So the last name Halevi, which I am the 15th descendant, means the Levite or the Levi, signifying a perennial descent from the biblical tribe of Levi. It is a Jewish surname often indicating familiar lineage for the priestly class responsible for religious duties in the temple. See, if you really looked at the true readings of it, they did not condone the beating of women, or the sexual abuse of children, or marrying the children. So anybody in any religion, because I'm not, because there are parts of certain religions that agree with this, because I'll say Christianity, you got no room to fucking talk, because you're actually condoning this. So then I have to ask you, what form of Christianity are you with? So yes, I can see where people are getting irritated with Christianity, and Muslims are leaving the community because they're finding out different things. But it's the hijacking. And people want to hurt me right now because I can feel that in my body. And that is really sad for you, that you've been that fucking brainwashed into thinking that it is okay because you say in the name of your religion, of your God. Yes, people believe the way they believe, but does it mean that it is right? Is killing people right? You say, like, these same ones, they'll say about pro-life, you won't mind your business when it comes to a woman having an abortion. You'll say that's on you're pro-life, but yet you will condone the killing of others in the name of your religion, in the name of your God, correct? I can feel that. You want to fucking tear me apart? Here, bring it. Hey, come on. Because that just goes to show how brainwashed we become as a civilization for people to think it's right, and a woman to think that she is supposed to be beneath a man. Did he beat you that bad that you have to think that way now? Because where did this all start? Let's go back to your perceived Adam. Adam wasn't first. Adam was born from the feminine, not the other way around. God did not take a rib from Adam and put it into a woman. But a man, a man in the ego will believe that. But if you look at the story of Lilith and Adam, Lilith seen them to be equal to one another. But Adam didn't want that. I'm the man. Dude, with all due respect, but if you're picking on a woman, you ain't no man. But see, the thing was that, Lilith left. But Adam had to send his goons. And he called them Gabriel and all that. No offense, Gabriel. Bring her back to me. Adam, and everyone liked it. Do I respect biblical texts? Not really. And the reason why I don't is because you fucking manipulated it. Of course, they're going to put things in place. If they have to continue with a lie, of course they're going to make it look like it's real. They will demonize the Nephilim. You will demonize Cain. And then you teach that in your Sunday schools to your children. And then you wonder why you get the fucking books that you got in your schools. Mm-hmm. How's that any fucking different to what you teach them in Sunday school? It's like, let's dance. And come on. Finish the audience to the dance. You talk about cannibalism. Well, John the Baptist, he was speaking of that long ago, okay? John the Baptist was actually speaking of that, but everyone called him that. And when John was talking about the Messiah, was he actually talking about Jesus? Or, maybe one religion was right. Maybe he was a prophet. But hey, Muhammad wasn't the Messiah either. Do you know who it was that John the Baptist was actually talking about, and they sent in an apostle? They were actually talking about Mary. He was actually talking about Mary Magdalene, because Mary Magdalene was his daughter or granddaughter. I can go back and I can look in my own genealogy and I can see the similarities, okay? Because when you look at what's happening all over the world right now, you're talking about what's happening in Britain with the certain Islamic group or what have you that's going around on horses. Do you know that in the 1750s, that was called the Indian Patrol? And to all you ones that want to blame the European settlers for the shit that went down, they were just as much a victim as you were. But you'll keep saying, no, they weren't. No, they weren't. You're fucking right, they were. I will take you to my seventh grade granddaddy. Much like, he was much like John the Baptist. Much like John the Baptist, okay? See, that was the thing. He was so much like John the Baptist that for some reason during the Edwin Cornwallis raids, it was him and three other youth that him and his wife were trying to protect. Go look it up. It doesn't say names. But that adult was my seventh grade granddad. Don't believe me? I don't give a fuck. Edward Cornwallis, and one of the ones that not even a year later became part of the Indian Patrol. So, you had to kill someone in order to be part of it. But they scalped him. What did they do to John? They tried to unalive John how many times? And then you said that they beheaded him. Was it an actual beheading, or was it what we would perceive today as a scalping? Because they scalped him and drug him away and locked him up in a prison called George's Island. What do you say? The people are saying now that they believe that they have the actual God locked up somewhere. Was John the actual Messiah? Seriously, like the Israelites, they say that the descent that the descendant was going to be of the Levite family, right? You look at the Holy prophecy. It said that a man in a red hat was going to come and cause all this chaos and everything like that, and then there was going to be the woman in the red dress. Who was the woman in the red dress? The woman in the red dress was actually Mary Magdalene, correct? Or do you have to fucking go look at your Bible again? Like if you're a woman and you're staying in a position where they tell you that you have to obey a man, why is it that a man is not also obeying the wishes of the woman? But the man thinks that they're more superior. And I'm not saying all men. I'm saying the ones that want to be in power because they're fucking insecure. Adam, but that wasn't even their real name. They just had to give you that so that they didn't call you out. Could it sit before the keyboard? Hey, he had to send his goons to bring Lilith back. Worship me, bitch. That's what it's like. Worship me. So Adam, he figured, he had to abduct the baby. Which named her Eve. And then Mary. Man, I'll tell you, you're pretty fucking sick if you're going to marry a child. You are. And you say people like myself need to be in the psychiatric unit. With all the respect, you're the one screwing a baby. And then saying it's okay because, your leader says it is. I question your leader and all that follow. Am I throwing shit on your religion? If you call that a religion, I call it a way of life because it's not of God. And those are the people that Joseph was talking, or not Joseph, John was talking about. Do you know you perceive John and Jesus being born around the same time and being cousins? But was it that John went into a rebirth? Because when you go into a rebirth, it does seem like you're really fucking out to lunch and crazy, and people will think you are. But hey, it's called the God gene. The insanity is the loop that people continuously live in. Because I'm like, coincidence. I am a descendant of the Halevi clan, the Halevi family, the Leviites. I live in a house that John built, who happens to be a Baptist. I have a tree in my backyard that looks like the branch goes in the shape of a cross. God sends God, like you get God wings sent to you. And you call them synchronicities, but people say, oh, it's just a coincidence. Is it really? Coincidences fall that much? No, I'm talking about it because you know you get your fucking tits up with the Iran and Israelite war. You know what that is? Like Canada, Canaan. Canaan is Canada. But like I said, you know, you're looking at the Middle East. What the East they're actually talking about is a place in North America. Who's in the East of the United States? Donald Trump. So wouldn't it be like you have the Christ and the Antichrist like in the East, the two East are fighting? The East of Canada, the East of the United States, or the East of, you know, who lives from New York or wherever the fuck he lives now. You know, you had to make it a man, right? Because that was the only way that a man could rule is by saying it was a man. Because you know, in the Buddha, that would tear a badass. Right here, the Buddha tears badass down. But in there, they told her, you know, hey, come back as a man. Because it was always a man's world. So for Mary Magdalene to be a leader in a man's world, why do you think they called her? I watched a thing, and they were calling Mother Mary a whore. The church called Mother Mary a whore. Would you say Mother Mary was the one who carried Jesus? You know, a lot of people are talking about this. You know, I said my channel's not for everyone, especially those you know you don't want to. You want to like, hey, what? Because I'm not reciting something out of a Bible here. Let me recite something out of a Bible. Okay, let's go here, and we'll go here. Okay, the North Gateway. Okay, so we will go. Where does it start? Okay. The man measured the gateway on the north, just like the one on the east. Here too, there are 3 guards close of each side, with dividing walls and an entering room. All the measurements match those of the east gateway. The gateway passage was 87.5 feet long and 43 feet wide between the back walls and facing guards' group. And that was in Ezekiel. Now, what I read, okay, with regards to the condoning of and beating of women, there were passages in there in the Old Testament, because it was in the Old Testament where they said that it was okay to beat women, and it was in certain ones. Ezekiel's passage, one of Ezekiel's passages, was where they interpreted as it was okay to beat all women if it was warranted. So if it's okay to beat on women when it's warranted, so why is it that it's, you know, you pick a stink up? You know, you're just getting back what you're dishing out to the women, right? But do I condone it either way? Fuck no. I say keep your hands to yourself. So what they do is they pick certain things out of their biblical text from each biblical text. You know, they'll integrate it into their books so it fits their agenda, and then you're fighting over the agenda when you know they're both. Excuse me. So is Ezekiel. Yeah, because I asked with regards to that. Okay, so meaning and order derived from the Hebrew word joint. Okay, so let's see. Here we go. That's where I fit that. There we go. Where is secret prayer? I kept asking like this questions over, wording them differently. You know, hey, it's Sunday, right? People are sitting in church. How about let's put a little twist on it? But what? Because I'm not a pastor or a priest and I didn't go to university to learn about God or the doctrine of it. It's like I'm at birth. Okay, here we are in here. Okay, I googled. I googled. I googled which biblical text condones beating of women and children. Several biblical texts, particularly in the Old Testament, are frequently cited by scholars and critics as condoning, describing, or permitting violence against women and children. And you go by a book like that, you read the fucking Bible, preach it to your kids, and then you say about what like the passages that like the books that you're finding in your schools that's available to your kids. So, you know, I'm going to ask you again, how much fucking difference is the Bible to that? Because the Bible cites a lot of violence of it. What, it doesn't have it in words like saying about checking the pee or touching the lady parts? So please tell me, you're preaching this shit to your kids about the Bible. How is that any different to the books that they're putting in your schools? It's pretty much the same, but you won't see it that way, will you? Because you say this is the book of God. People say we're speaking directly to God. You're speaking to spirit, all versions of spirit. How do you think? Why, like, really? Why do you think the Old Testament sounds so fucked up and abusive and aggressive? If you understand spirit, you would understand that when you are channeling spirit, the I am, you are channeling different versions of it. But you won't get that because, oh, she used I am. You're fucking right, I used the word I am. You will say that God's name is I am. And why do you think that the perceived God's name would be I am? Because the God would have no set identity, correct? Because the God is the spirit, it's the consciousness, it's everything and anything all at the same time, right? Happening in real time now. So you'll say, oh, the prophets, it's coming from God, but yet God is telling you to kill people. God is telling you to abuse women and children and marry little girls who haven't even gone through fucking puberty yet, but somehow you're fucking screwing them, right? And any parent who condones that, you should not have children. Violence against women and children. These passages are often interpreted within the context of ancient Near Eastern hierarchical, tribal, and martial societies where women and children were largely considered the property of men. That's what was happening in the times that you say of Mary Magdalene and Jesus. To them, you couldn't have a woman be superior to a man, right? I guess Adam got his butt hurt, or he couldn't admit to himself that maybe he loved himself so fucking much that he couldn't stand to be alone. Didn't get that? Maybe you're seeing all the what you perceive to be homosexuality and you're demonizing it because maybe Adam's demonizing his own sexuality because he figures that, how dare you make me look at myself? Where do you think that came from? You say about in Paris. They used to call them cross dressers. Now you call it in drag. Maybe it was walking himself. They were like, maybe they were mocking because it's that part of, you tell everybody else to be honest about themselves, but you can't be honest about yourself. Continuing on. Okay, where you find that is in Numbers 31, 17 to 18, following a war against the Midianites. Moses commands the soldiers to kill every male among the little ones and kill every woman that hath known man by laying with him. Wow, and Moses is such a great man, right? Kill the innocent. Your biblical text, you praise them, but they're villains. And then you're putting them up on the fucking pedestal and thinking that you are the ones lesser. But, this is for the people that, you go to church every Sunday. You're religious on it. You obey it. Go kiss the man that's got fucking shit on his feet after he walked barefoot through the calendar. Or was it pig shit? Many people have been telling you what's been going on, but because they're not your biblical, then, they're demonic. When, your prophets are channeling both sides, that's why your biblical text sounds fucked up. You call it today multiple personality disorder, but it's always been spirit. You people that, you condone the rest of innocent people, and you think that women should be beat, that you have the right to decide whether a woman can have an abortion or not, and say that you're all pro-life, but yet you're out the streets fucking wanting everybody dead. It's a part of it. Like your spirit says, do you fucking hear yourself? It's time to stop blaming your actions on on something else, because you're the one that's got to get yourself in check. I see different versions of religion in everything right now. So no one religion is more right than the other, because all religion is telling your story, telling your version of spirit. But by fuck, if a layman like me comes forward and ones like me come forward and say about talking to spirit, oh, you got mental health issues. Well, fuck, I guess your biblical text was rampant with it. But that's what you look up to. Sounds a little fucked up if you ask me. Even these ones that say Jesus was his real name or Yeshua, it was neither. Because the true God, the good God, would never give its name. Because to give its name would mean that you have control over it. But you didn't get that, did you? Do you know Mary Magdalene was Jewish? Did you say Jesus was too? and see the Christians are fighting over it. No, Jesus was Christian. Jesus was of no religion. They weren't teaching about religion. They were teaching you how to heal yourself, how to stand up to a corrupt system that kept you feeling like you were less than what you truly are because you were greater than them. And that's why it was said, you are greater than the system and the system will. That's why it says in its Jews to beat on your women and children, and even some of your men if they don't conform. So go back and look. When you say about the European settlers coming to North America, the British were here, and the British were the ones that did whatever, and then went and round up all the European settlers after taking all their shit from them first. So in numbers, against the war, okay, kill women and children, that none, okay, and Moses commanded the soldiers to kill every male among the little ones, every male among the little ones. So all the little boys. And kill every woman that hath known man by laying with him. Because, in that religious construction, women are dirty bags, right? Because, you see, blood is dirty. Well, if our blood is dirty, then I guess your blood is fucking dirty too, because you fucking came from us. Do you know, with regards to sexually transmitted diseases, most men will always blame it on the woman, but it's easier for a man to spread sexually transmitted diseases than it is for a woman. Because when a woman, when she lets go, she has that orgasm, it goes on the man, it doesn't go in the man. Maybe you'll say, well, stupid, it gets in the penis. Very little. But you keep in mind the male's semen goes directly into the female's blood. So who's the dirty one? Solomon didn't mind having 700 wives. And then how many fucking mistresses? And God knows how many of his kids fucking screwed and fed it and said, oh, well, let's have children. But, you forbid a woman to sleep with, have sex with more than one man. You're allowed to go fuck every woman you want, but the woman's supposed to be at home waiting for you to get home so she can obey you. And if she doesn't, you'll give her a good thumping. So I'm going to say any woman that is part of that and believes that that is the way, no, it's not. Adam's descendants want you to believe that. And that wasn't even his name. You know, shit. People think that Donald Trump is a great guy, but did you hear getting off the bus with Billy Bush saying that, hey, you know, he can touch any woman's pussy that he wants because, you know, he's famous. Which Billy Bush was related to George Bush Jr. and Sr. So, let's go to this. It's the full transcript. Donald Trump has apologized for causing offense after a leaked 1995 reporting exposed Republicans' lewd and racist comments about women. As he traveled on the bus with Billy Bush of Access Hollywood to meet Babes of Our Lives actress Ariana Zucker, Mr. Trump bragged about his attempts to have sexual intercourse with a married woman who rejected his advances. Donald Trump doesn't like rejection, so you know that. What really happened to Princess Diana? Because what was it, a year prior to her passing, she rejected Donald Trump's advances. And she got along quite well with R.F. Kennedy Jr. And it just so happened that he supposedly had died in a plane crash a couple of years later. As he traveled, he insisted he had the right to do whatever he wanted with women as he was a star. He had a right to do whatever he wanted. And you know, you mega supporters, you won't believe this because you won't believe that Donald Trump is like that. But you know, I have to question you because that sounds much like a certain religious belief system, which you know was actually hijacked, and you've got to figure out which side of the coin it was actually on. Because Donald Trump is actually playing both sides. Because he's being used as a puppet for both sides. The nominee, who was 59 years old at the time, had just married his third wife, Melania Trump, which he did because he had married her that January, and this was in September. Mr. Trump has since dismissed the comments as locker room banter. You know, you sound like the young fellow that would come here and he would say to a young woman on the phone when I could, where I didn't, I don't know who I was there, but I could hear him say, "Oh, I'm going to take you out of your car and I'm going to take you behind your car and I'm going to fuck the shit out of you." Those are people you might want to watch out for because it's not just locker room banter. Because, you know, I'll be honest, if somebody's having that type of locker room banter, you're dangerous. Because sometimes maybe you're telling people what you actually did and you're trying to pass it off. It's like Donald Trump, you're not God's gift to women, and if you think you are, it's got nothing to do with you. It's got to do with your fucking fucker. Mr. Trump has since dismissed the comments as locker room banter made a decade ago and said he had much worse from Bill Clinton on the golf course. And it's what they were doing was actually not locker room banter. It was called bragging. And I know that there are certain ones that they will say, "Oh, I fucked this one," and just to feel big. But you know what? Those are also the people that you need to be weary of because they are the ones that get angry if you have dismissed them. Seriously, you know, you say it had to do with Camilla and the crown with regards to Princess Diana supposedly being killed. You know, I'm going back to this because this is all, it's still about the same fucking thing. It's still about religion and the way that people believe. That's what gets people killed. But those same people that say that they're pro life, you're not fucking pro life at all. You're pro control. And you are the ones that believe that everybody should be obeying you. And if they don't, then you will take them out. They're not the fucking problem. You are. So he's saying that, you know, Bill Clinton's worse than him. So is he also saying, like with everything else, that Bill Clinton is actually worse than him? You know, wasn't it the Bush family that was actually connected with the family that, you know, they say took down the Twin Towers? Because it was an inside job, whether you want to believe that or not. And, you know, people say, like, it comes out that Putin has all this information. And my question is, Putin, what are you waiting for? What are you sitting on? You know, people need to be asking that day that Putin gave Donald Trump the ball. What was in that ball? What chip was in that ball? Because then he gave it to Melania and said, hold on to this for dear life. But, you know, they say, you know, Melania was, you know, the same thing with Epstein. But there was always someone called Epstein. I'm talking about this stuff because it all comes back to what you perceive to be the Islamic oath, what's going on with Islam and Iran and all of that. Why do you think Donald Trump is doing this stuff to distract? Because, you know, hey, I recall Donald Trump coming up and saying he was Christian. And now, like you're saying about the Christian ideology and the Islam ideology is very similar. You say that in certain parts, like women's rights are being removed. Doesn't that fucking sound familiar? Because certain Christians will say that Christians were doing it, but Christians were actually doing it too. because it was the separation of both. Half the Christians believed in a certain ideology with the Islamic groups, and then the other half with the Jewish or other parts of the Islamic group. Because from what I was reading, the Islams, they didn't condone violence against women and children. They were against it. But see, people are screaming now about the books they're finding in school, which, hey, you're sending your kids to Sunday school. And they're talking about killing people in the Bible in the name of their religion and because of their skin color. Not being rude when people say they're educated. Former campaign manager Corey Lewandowski told CNN, "Oh, fake news, fake news. Donald Trump, everything is fucking fake news unless it's reporting good things about you." That the American people would appreciate that Donald Trump talked from the heart. Donald Trump does not know what love is or what love actually feels like because he never experienced it for himself. He doesn't even love himself. He just has that ego because he has to have something. Mommy and daddy should have, mommy and daddy had something to do with it too, because mommy was, she was a depressed alcoholic. But people say, "Oh, they just lied about her." I'm like, daddy was no picnic. And I know that, when I was channeling certain things and it came through a certain individual, I know that that certain individual is a piece of that spirit. And it was like coming and it was saying through the person, "You think the son is bad? The father is worse." So if Adam had Abel, you think Abel was bad? Adam was worse because Adam was the one who divided the brothers. Except because you look at it this way. Okay, Cain was of the land, right? He was a farmer, fruits, vegetables, grains, and what have you. So that's what he brought to Adam. That's what he brought to the God. What did Abel do? What did you say Abel was? Abel was the shepherd, the flock. The flock represents the people, correct? So Abel brought an offering. Abel brought the offering of the firstborn of the flock. So Abel brought forward as a sacrifice to Adam his firstborn, as a sacrifice to God, the flesh of the lamb, the blood of the lamb. Go sit there and eat your fucking bread and crackers and drink your your wine and your grape juice and say that you're eating the flesh of God. You're eating the flesh of Jesus, and you're drinking the blood of the lamb. Well, you call Jesus the lamb. But you're still teaching your kid that somebody who offered fruits and vegetables was condemned to torture and endless walking the earth. But somebody who offered up the flesh of a baby was to be risen above the rest. But right there, because Boris told you otherwise, you're shut right down and you'll say bless. And I'll tell you, take your fucking bless and be calm and have your will before the spirit does. Ти си кидапата ки не мога да си. Естествено добре, храна. Ние като бориш хири му тази си. Prince of Peace. Yeah, I didn't talk from the heart. We're electing a leader, not a Sunday school teacher, he said. We're electing a leader, not a Sunday school teacher. Read the remarks in the video obtained by the Washington Post below. Donald Trump. You know, I moved on her actually. You know, she was down on Palm Beach. Unknown. She used to be great. She's still very beautiful. So they're saying unknown, but it was actually Billy Bush. So why are you protecting Billy Bush? Come on, you knew who he was. Didn't he get off the bus with Donald Trump? I moved on her and I failed. I'll admit. I did try to fuck her. She was married. That's huge news, Billy Bush was. Trump. No. Nancy. This was, and I moved on her very heavily. In fact, I took her out furniture shopping. He took an actress out shopping. Is that what he's talking about? Up here, he's talking about he went to meet Days of Our Lives actress. Mr. Trump bragged about his attempts to have sexual intercourse with American women during his advances. Now, you're wondering, well, why are you taking us to this? Because this is the type of mentality that the system has that's being implemented into your society right now, and they're trying to normalize it. Because what they've done is they've taken you back in time. But you won't believe that, will you? Look around you. I said it. Do your own genealogy. Go look into the history. You'll see what I'm talking about. Do you know you say about Israel and Iran, the war between Israel and Iran? Did you not realize that that was actually had more to do with the French and British? Because you look at it all. Don't believe me? I mean, it says in many stuff that people are finding out that Mary Magdalene went to France or in France, and you know, So then they kept moving the settlers. Mary Magdalene was the one that could resurrect. Mary Magdalene was the self-healer. Jesus had to go to Mary Magdalene to heal. And the Savior, as you perceive it to be, it wasn't a man. She wanted to get some furniture. Maybe people need to be looking to see if Iranian sucker. Let's see. Oh, I guess there was an unknown person in there. Because there it says Bush. So he was married, he was preaching, he was a womanizer, and he was a cheating skank because, his dementia isn't all dementia. You might want to have him checked for syphilis. Because, I don't even think his birth date is accurate. I think he may be maybe more than a year older than what he says he is. Because I believe he's Hitler's son. Hence, maybe why it said you think the son's bad, the father's worse. But he learned from his father, right? Because right at the same time, because it was what, 1943 or something like that, right around there, when Nikola Tesla died, and then all of a sudden, his stuff was stolen by Donald Trump's family. And Hitler was going around stealing everybody's inventions and doing the same thing as what you're seeing right now in your country, especially in Canada, where they're making cutbacks to culture and all that, right? That's what they were doing then. But people keep saying, with regards to your revelations, you've been in fucking revelations over and over again. When are you gonna fucking realize that? Realizing the truth, revelation, woo! Ding, 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 the love Jack! Get it to put it in a single number, cara. But you won't see that, right? Because you have not a fucking clue. You'll stick with one narrative and you'll fight over that narrative instead of seeing the bigger fucking picture that you keep saying revelations, revelations. You've been fucking living revelations over and over and over for centuries, millennia. But you never get the message, right? They say about the third day. So who was said to be first? I heard because Donald Trump wanted to be like him. He was kind of bold. You know, we're going back. Okay. died 1821. Okay, here's France. Him also. Okay. Okay. So we can yes. Yes, we should. Okay. I'm just checking on something because it goes down the bloodline. And so I have to go back before him. See, when I go back to Adolf Hitler's father and I go to the part of parents, it says, see biological father. And then, oh my God, Mariana, like he's Mariana. Mariana, Zoom. See, he can never pronounce the name. Okay, but I keep like it keeps coming out of my mouth. Straight have proposed various candidates as Lois's biological father, Johann George Fiedler, his younger brother, Johann Nuremberg, and Leopold Reichenberg, Jewish man, was existence has never been found documented. So, if I'm looking back, okay, and I go back to Donald Trump said, he would like to be like Napoleon. So, with Napoleon, his great great granddaddy, fuck her. They say they use different names. Okay, so if you looked at with regards to Donald Trump in that sense, okay, and I told you all before, Donald Trump's second or third great granddad is my sixth or seventh great granddad, or his great grandma, his second or third great grandma is actually my sixth or seventh great grandma on my dad's side. Right? So if you look, okay, so if you look at that and you go back, let's use Oak Island for instance, because both Donald Trump has ties to Oak Island the same as I do. Because my sixth great granddaddy, who owned the property that is adjacent to, he owned the swamp. Him and my other sixth or seventh great granddaddy owned the swamp because on my dad's side, my sixth or seventh great granddaddy, they owned the land that Nolan's crosses. Okay? Donald Trump's second great granddad, great Grammy, which when his second or third great grandfather passed away, his great grandmother remarried my great granddad, and they had a kid together. So they say they play on names and they use different names, and it was Duncan Smith. But my great granddaddy was French, but he was Swiss. They did more of the Swiss Swiss, right? But the family on the side was French. But my great granddad could speak many different languages. My sixth great granddad, and he was the son of my seventh great granddaddy, Edward Cornwallis, and the man that not even a year later got on the Indian patrol. That's what you're seeing right now. So, okay, Donald Trump wants to be like Napoleon. I believe that Adolf Hitler's father's father was a son of Napoleon. And then, sometimes it skips a generation where it's just passed down. Because the way the dates go, in order for Adolf Hitler to be born in the time that he was born in and be connected. So was Napoleon the grandfather? Because Adolf Hitler was born in 1889. Napoleon died in 1821. Okay, so Adolf Hitler's father is who I was reading about. So yeah, that would be Dalton, like that would represent, okay, because there would be the connection because they don't know the origin of the father, Adolf Hitler's grandfather. So Donald Trump does a lot of the same things that Adolf Hitler does. Like father, like son, correct? So no, if you look at Donald Trump's said to be father, they look nothing alike. But if you take and you put that little mustache between Donald Trump's lips, I'm just like, you know, and then I have to question Elon Musk's actual paternity because I have strong reason to believe that, you know, he's the son of Donald Trump. Donald Trump does like to keep it in family. That's how he stacks his deck. He looked at Zelensky, right? We're in biblical times. I'm just making reference to it in a different way because I'm taking your biblical and putting it in now, and I'm also showing you that you were actually experiencing things from the 1700s. You keep saying about Revelations. The same thing was happening in the 1700s when people were when the European settlers were forced to come over. Their land was stolen from them, so they had nowhere else to go. Give us your land and move away, or we will take your land and kill you all. But you keep saying about Revelations. You've been in fucking Revelations. You aren't you tired of it? Aren't you getting fucking busy? Oh wait, you don't care. You don't care because you're saying you're protesting. And you keep doing the same playbook. Are you that like? Are you manipulating it, or is it a form of trickery where it's like a magician comes in and gives the illusion of one thing, but you're actually doing the opposite without really doing it? When you go and vote, who you at? Who are you voting? Like you're voting for someone, right? But you never see those votes. And it's too many. It's the same as your statistics. It's all a form of manipulation. The God you worship works in numbers. The true God works in sacred geometry. The numbers are the matrix. Everything you deal with is in numbers, right? People say, well, the mathematics of sacred geometry. It's a totally different form of mathematics. Like people say 1 times 1 is 1. And 1 times 0 is 0. You're working with 1 and you're times it by nothing, but you're getting 0? Well, they did good by bringing up a lot. Like, oh my God, seriously. Here, I have 1 battery. I'm multiplying it, meaning I'm adding 2, bringing more in. I'm multiplying it by 0. So I'm multiplying it by nothing. So nothing adds to it or takes away from it, right? But somehow you think that 1 times 0 is 0. You begin with 1. What times what? Bringing in something, right? You're multiplying it. So you're multiplying it by a specific number. But somehow you still have 1. You say you're multiplying it by itself. Yes, you're multiplying it by its own number. So you're bringing forward another one. So if you take something, you take it and you multiply it by 1. Say you have the number 22 and you multiply it by 1. Are you not multiplying it by itself? Do you ever wonder why things don't match? Why everything keeps falling apart? It's where your math is wrong. And you still think it's right. Go use that math in ancient times to see where you fucking get with it. Maybe that's why you're building the Swiss and your fucking boxes are falling apart and you get a little under that little bit. But you keep believing what you're believing. And then no wonder why nothing's adding up, literally. I'm not being rude, like your garden is making. I think it's true. I'm not saying it's someone's story, but it's manipulated versions of it because it's coming from a different perspective. And you're saying about these prophets, they're bringing in the word of God, they're bringing in the word of God. So they're bringing in, oh, we're going to kill this group of people because it's like, am I mocking your religion? No, but I am questioning it. te quería hacer también, Shirley. It's like shit, you know, when, because I took a picture, or I had a picture of myself because I seen this woman on TikTok. She was saying that she was the daughter of Donald Trump, but didn't know anything plausible right now with Donald. Okay? Now, you take, okay, she took a picture of herself, she put it next to Donald Trump. So I took a picture of myself and I put it next to Donald Trump. Would I not shit if, I found out that my whole life was a fucking lying or shamble of shit? That unfortunately I'd be related to the man and not just by great grandparents. Because I even question some of the people in my vicinity close to me of their family origin because, you know, dates and faces just don't add up. We're just, hey, but don't tell me I'm crazy because I'm questioning these things. Which, frankly speaking, I think that, if you tell your therapist, you convey something like that to the police that it's supposed to be taken seriously and investigated. It's that part, if I were to find out something like that, would I dislike the people around me? Well, I'd be irritated. Maybe they didn't know or I questioned them. But would I hate them for it? Fuck yeah. Because I know that there's one person next to me and nothing else. And they were the one that said, "You think the sun is bad? Your father is worse." So the son was very verbally abusive. And, probably ran out on many of them, afraid of love, afraid of rejection, anger. That would be the part that, and they were saying that the father was the one that was physically hurt. So when you look at the story of your pursuit of Jesus, people are going to say, "Oh, you're shooting Jesus down." No, I'm saying that you don't even know the whole story of Jesus. You just know, like, that's not even really on it. Do you know, you think of the story of Kate, the mother went to find the true God went to find because the mother found out like me. killed Abel. And in your bed, you convey it as being, you threw a stone at him and killed him. But it doesn't say anything about that. But you're keeping it quiet, right? Where'd that come from? Was it something that was assumed? Or was it something that was actually taken out of the story of David and Goliath? Because this is the same thing, your Israel fight, Iran fight, or what have you, is about David. También si could have want to como it, like the ancestors of David, the ancestors of Cain. Because Goliath was actually the version of Abel. Triangle of my cultivation. But to tell me, yeah, that sounds true. You're really a long story that you spend all that money just so you could find God and then preach about something that you were going to do. Because you're going to say one thing, but your actions actually speak volumes. God didn't tell you you had to go to university. False prophets did. Because they said that's the only way that you can learn about God. Is it? Because I found the experience a lot better. Because it wasn't somebody telling me how I had to see things or perceive it, or that I had to bow down to something and kiss the fucking, pig shit to the feet. You were actually doing the work of God and you perceive it. It wouldn't be kind and sitting up in front of people and citing versions of other people's words. How about you do what the church is meant to be doing? And that's everybody sharing their experience of how they experience the Spirit. Even all the stuff that sounds fucking crazy. The church was a place of healing. But now it's become a place to tell you that you are a sinner and you're going to hell. And God is judging you. Are you judging yourself yet? Because that's what the God judgment is. Are you looking at your own behaviors? Because that's what the judgment is. The ultimate judgment is being able to learn how to judge oneself, behavior, and activities. It's not about being all holier than thou. It's about being able to recognize and see. Like you'll tell people, go in confession, go in confession. And those same ones that say about going into confession, they go into confession, they confess what they did that week, and go right back out again and do the same fucking thing and say, oh, I'm going back to confess to God anyway. So, Jesus died on the cross for my sins. So what the fuck? Oh, forgive it. So with Cain and Abel, Abel brought forward the firstborn of his family and sacrificed it. The first blood sacrifice and same as you say, David was protecting people. Every time, you're always looking for that man, but it's not the man. It's the woman who has, it's the divine feminine. It's that version of her, the mother, Mary, Sophia, that version of that little girl who was married off to her. Say Adam created Eve. Yeah, you fucking sperm and vagina. You know, there's a different version of your son's adult version. But you go keep teaching the story of Cain and Abel to your children. And then glorify David and Goliath, or David and Cain in this thing. You know, when I first started going through this, it was when Cain was a youth, and he was condemned to face with no one as part of his walking with it. Put him in very high, away from his path to his forced to figure out another way to survive. And then called him evil. So people all look at me like I'm crazy, especially in the mental field, and you can go fuck yourself because you're a bunch of hypocrites. And same with the church. If you can get offended, well, you go ahead. I feel sorry for the people that get wrapped up in this. So I am the 15th generation of the movie. This is the way other people do it. Yes. So go to everyone that I feel and you know, you will praise and lift up your prophets in your Bible. But the prophets in your everyday life now, you fucking sign them into a psychiatric. Donald Trump, you take your psychiatric kids and you cram them up your fucking ass because maybe you should be the first to go. And in your spirit, you know who I'm fucking talking to. Because I believe in resurrection. I believe in rebirth. I believe in reincarnation. but you won't pick and choose. The answer is only the above. Rebirth is, the old parts of you, letting go of them, and reforming yourself. The resurrection is from the death to the birth. It's like a death experience. How many knew that George Washington told his family specifically not to bury him until 3 days later? What does that sound like? It was because George Washington knew that, you could resurrect in 3 days because your body could repair itself. So go back to your book and try to find your answer. But the answers you seek, you can find them. I'm sure you can find them somewhere else. Because many people don't have answers. Because they're trying to find their answers. But it's easier to try to convey to somebody else. Believe this way, you need followers. A true God doesn't need a follower. A true God sets an example. Secretamente todo ensino. E a cultura seguirá escolhendo. E a cultura. It's like everybody saying, Jesus is coming back. When in actuality, the version of Jesus never existed. Not in the way he. And like I said, Israel knew it wasn't Jesus. Because, you only know by the name. Well, that ain't real name. And like I said, to the psychiatric lens, you want to say that they're healers and therapists and what have you. Unless you're familiar with all the aspects, including the spirit, you will not. You are an indoctrination of a system that had half truths and left out the main part. Because everything is spirit to spirit. But you want to believe that. Do not teach per se, because people don't believe in the Holy Trinity. Have you ever wondered, Stonehenge, the White House, all of these big prominent structures and governmental buildings, what have you. Do you ever notice when you're building what type of property they're building? Because you will find the majority of the property is much like triangle. The triangle is the Trinity, correct? The three-sided triangle, the pyramids, right? It's all built on nexus. You don't know what an nexus is. It's an extreme fucking parts of the White House that get torn down. What happens if what you say demons, the darkness gets a hold of the nexus? Everything around it turns dark. And the nexus that is embodied and occupied by good, that's where you get your witches and warlocks. They're all fucking prophets. They're all priests, pastors, emperors, priestess. But you don't do that right because you're everyday. Like right now, they don't fucking do that. Or some of them do. You know, they were hypnotized. Because that's called energy harvesting. Do you know as you sit in front of things, there is an energy that lives between. And you know, if you actually look, it's like you can see it. You can actually see that energy being pulled from something. But the naked eye can't see. You know, when you're sitting, okay, think of this when you're sitting in the car on a hot day, and you see on the hood of your car, see the waves, the heat waves, right? Don't get it yet. Heat waves are the energy waves. That's the same thing that comes off of you. You just don't see it unless light is actually reflecting it. When you think heat wave, you say heat wave. Why do you call it heat wave? You call it heat wave because it's hot. That's the way you perceive it. And people are going to laugh at you. Good for you. You go fucking laugh, but you don't understand it. Go sit in your car next time on a really hot day and watch that heat buzz. Because that's what the heat wave is. It's a wave of energy. And it's hot. People, you know, it's not about who's better than who, but there are many people who will like believe that their people are better than everybody else. And right now, you're all trying to hang up on the mix. Because you're always saying, and I'm not saying that because I'm white, and I'm not bringing race into it. I'm saying what I've been observing. It's the same thing you're doing that you're fighting over Jesus is black and white. Oh, fuck it. How much more you can get? So you're saying, fuck the message, and color matters, not the message. The color of the message is more important than the message itself. Do you realize how ridiculous that sounds? Because you still don't get it. It wasn't the person. It was spirits. You still don't get that. You don't realize that when you say that you're a prophet, you're a prophet. And that's because that person opened up, accepted spirit, and realized that we are all one. And some religions don't believe that, and others believe it. Some religions believe that there's one supreme, and others believe there are many forms of God, which, God has many forms, the same as God has many names, but you need to find out that. But you never get God's word. And some will say, Yahweh. Yahweh just means you are. I question, and that's something we don't want you to do. Because if you question it, there's disobedience right there. Sometimes you have to have somebody who stands up against the tyrant. Because if you have to have force for somebody to have obedience or loyalty to you, then you're not someone to be loyal to, or even obey, because they're not obeying because they have a choice or obeying because you create fear. And that's important. Hiding behind things. Like you said, that when you start really showing our true identity. And, people take offense to that because Lisa said that I felt that. I'm not talking about your sex. I'm talking about your spirit. Don't ever tell me you have a spirit. You tell me something has a broken heart. It's going to break your heart. Because breaking your heart means they're trying to break your spirit. Because love is the most powerful. And that's what they use it. Because if you truly love somebody, you will bow down to it. And you'll beg the them to keep the thing. When you should be standing up for yourself and just take it and just tear it right from. And when I say tearing it apart, I don't mean physically. I mean tearing all those layers off to get to them. Shed your skin. Haven't you been growing there? Or you're outgrowing it, but you keep going and trying to find someone else's. Some music I do shut off because it's really, it's very shadowy, like it's like when you understand how music works, when you understand that energy, you start feeling the music through you. You start feeling words and actions through you. That's when you're starting to connect with spirit. When you actually start feeling. And I mean, and I don't mean feeling sorry for yourself, but I mean actually start feeling other people's hearts. So that's what's happening with regards to they're saying about fighting over religion. They're actually fighting over nexus. But maybe they're fighting over something that is it's like coming okay, you look at a certain thing is supposed to be is said to have parts of the beatings of the moon. Were they actually wanting to resurrect Jesus, or were they wanting to resurrect Mary Magdalene, or were they resurrecting both? I'm legitimately asking because it's resurrecting the spirit, right? You're bringing back to life that spirit, bringing to life the spirit within you, but you're trying to put it to a specific individual or perceive of how they're supposed to look or appear. See, to some of you, I will sound like I'm talking like a raging lunatic crazy, but to the ones that know exactly what I'm talking about, you know exactly what I'm saying. And you are the ones that try to lead people to believe that individuals and people like yourself are crazy, much like what they did to John, and then scalp them. Excuse me, confirmation. John never died. It's like, so John was the baptizer. When John performed baptism, was it a baptism in the sense of water, or was it a baptism of taking and pulling out the shadows? 40 nights, 40 days, 40 nights. The same as when Job or Jacob had to sit with God, because was that not the same? So, with regards to that, that was that form of John the Baptist. Oh my God! Let's do play on words. Take the name John and spell it backwards. That's the meaning of it. The term, okay, NHOJ, John backwards, is a playful inversion of the name John, which means Yahweh. It's beautiful, or God is gracious. What's this? What's this? Gonna get with the 30 seat. What is going on? It signifies creativity, individuality, as we so backwards. Oh crap! Sorry, I'm really gonna freaking hurt after this. What are you doing? So that's why I say, like, how many different versions of God? Because, you know, it's so ridiculous. Holy crap, man! Whew, I'm doing an awful lot of clear. You're familiar with ascension symptoms? Well, this is part of it. So Mother Mary had Mary Magdalene and Yeshua. Yeshua and his son were the apostles because John and Yeshua looked a lot alike. So did they? Hey, they said food and so I said, like, John is the secret. Yeah, it's like it's do you know? I never thought in years that I would look. Yeah, that's okay. Corporation. As what I said, and when I think through different things, and I make myself conscious that Cain and Abel, wanted to protect his life and his family. He didn't want to try to conquer someone else. People who don't talk about this stuff, this is happening in conversations, and then when we were talking about it, like, you started including it, you start reading your thoughts, because they don't agree with me, they want to shut me down. I've been looking and asking questions with regards to the different religions and how it's constructed and what they believe. I see it as a close system. Because back then, use Jesus as a healer, other healers, they're going to healers. And now you call them doctors and nurses and what have you, but they're really healers. It's really something. John was the leper. He was the one that was with the leprosy, and everyone told him to stay away from it because it was like a disease. It wasn't that it was an actual physical disease. It was just that he was brutal, but he appeared to be insane because the insanity is the messenger. The insanity is the message. It's like I can feel that. It's like something standing right over my head. So John was the Antichrist. Okay, well, much like an antidepressant. Okay, antidepressant. he was like, people feared him because the insanity, he was the impact, it was never meant to be an impact, but it's like here, you know, feeling that human pain, that's why it was that part of feeling human pain. So what are you doing trying to make me feel human pain? Because God cannot stand to feel human pain. It's like, no, that's not messed up like that. That's, you know, and you can look at it and you like that, it's like, okay, okay. When I had my experience and it was like something was tearing me apart, and all of a sudden that part of spirit, that protector, grabbed hold of my internal organs and just started twisting and squeezing. I know people don't believe on that, but I don't give a fuck what you believe anymore. You believe a lot of shit and you're fucking scared of what I believe in regards to this. When I was taking it, I was twisting at the same time. This entity being spirit or spirit was hollering out, what are you doing trying to make me feel human pain? Okay? Because the spirit struggles to feel the physical and the physical struggles to acknowledge the spirit. So the spirit wants to overtake the physical capacity, pushing out the other part of the identity. So it's like that internal battle. So it just took me to the movie A Carpenter's Son with Girl and Jesus. Who in the Bible did they remove the eyes? Samson's. Okay. This is so this had it. Okay. Yeah. When I started going through this after I had that experience of like tear apart, it was like I was laying in the tub and I would like take and I would go like that in my eyes and it was like something was like I would push in and I would start seeing like kaleidoscope stuff. Okay? But I started it was like I was pushing in and kind of pulling apart. Psychotic? Yeah, you're fucking right. No duh, but you know, it felt good at some point because it was like relieving, felt like it was really relieving pressure in certain areas. But it was when you watch the movie The Carpenter's Son, Jesus tries to gouge the eyes out of the girl. But was it John? Because see, the thing is, in that movie, Joseph treated Jesus like crap because he wouldn't conform to religion. So it locked him away and stuff like that. Jesus was seen as a girl. Right? Was that the representative? He killed his own father. And tried to kill the female, wanted to kill the version of his female self, the consciousness, by gouging out the eyes to remove the sight. It was like, you did not see me do that. Okay, so who in the Bible, whose eyes in the Bible did they remove? Samson's. In the Bible, Samson's eyes were gouged out by the Palestinians as a punishment for his strength and disobedience. And at that time, I was seeing certain individuals hanging around outside my apartment window, but people say that's just paranoia. Really? That's when I first started talking about the system. Before that, it never happened. The event is described in Judges 16:21, where it states that the Palestinians seized him, gouged out his eyes, and took him to Gaza, where he was bound with bronze shackles and forced to grind grain in a prison. This act was a significant consequence of Samson's actions and was intended to eliminate his ability to perform his supernatural feats. It's like the eyes to see, like, protect the false. The ones who try to manipulate the prophecy, opposed to the real prophecy, the true prophecy, the true prophecy that they're trying to keep from being fulfilled. So they keep repeating in Revelations, the New Testament, but it's mostly Revelations. They don't know. What you know is that the seven seals are actually the seven chakras, the seven stages of enlightenment and growth. But those are the internal. That's not including the external. But you're breaking those seven seals first. The seven deadly sins, the seven versions of the seven systems. So you're breaking the seven seals, right? The seven. Oh, so seven seals. If you take the planets, okay, you don't count the sun, you count the moon, and take the earth out of the equation, you want to go to the seven seals and seven planets. Breaking through the seven seals is releasing from clarity, lifting the veil on each level. Okay, people will take numbers. Okay, we go through numerology. Oh, that's demon. That's demon. Yeah, you work in numbers. Okay, so I wrote how many levels to the Earth? To four. Four. Okay. The Earth has several layers, and the distance from the outer core to the inner core is approximately 1,220 kilometers, which is 600 or 760 miles. The outer core is liquid layer, while the inner core is solid and composed of iron and nickel. Okay, so now, if you take the 1,220 and then the 760, if you take 1 plus 2 plus 2 plus 7 plus 6, okay? Did I leave something out? Okay, 18. I add them together and I got 18. And then if you take the 8 and 1, you add it together, you get 9, which 9 is considered God's number. So it's the 9 layers of numbers. So you have 7, and then you have 1 here, and then you have 1 over here, which you have more. You have, okay, uh, so 3 if you take me out, okay, 9. Take me there. Mm-hmm. I was talking about the chakras. Uh, It's like I heard don't go too deep. So I'm trying to see if they're trying to show me, so, okay, because it took me back to, I'm taking back to John, and I'm figuring out if John is king or if John was the first sacrificial lamb. wasn't a baby. Yeah, because I see like Spirit gets me to review things. That's why it's not so fucked up. Is because Spirit has me reviewing things out loud because it's being seen from different versions and perspectives of how somebody witnessed it. That makes sense. So it's about like when you step back and you see it and you're able to see it at all different perspectives and angles for yourself without further interference. So the sacrifice that, okay, so there was an intimacy take place. And that's where, so Abel sacrificed his daughter. Because she didn't wait. Because that's where, like, the woman gets got right forever. But see, the thing is, okay, when I said about Mary Magdalene, so on the series Chosen, where some guy comes forward because Mary Magdalene made him. The reason why Mary Magdalene made him leave was because he was raping Mary Magdalene. So Jesus was a child of Mary Magdalene, but Jesus' father was a priest. Was a child of the religion was the open. Because they kept saying that, the dirty little secret, the dirty secret. And when it Mary Magdalene, Mary Magdalene, that pregnancy would be the dirty little secret. That was the same as Mother Mary in this what about Mary, Mother of Jesus movie on Netflix or something. So, and I feel very sorry for people that will just go up to things blindly and not question even if you know it doesn't question it. That's the disagreement. Is how dare you question my authority? How dare you question my judgment? Well, because your actions are speaking a lot fucking louder than your lip service. Your lip service is like that good lip service is good words, but your actions don't match. Right there, I was looking at one of my notes, and then it covered it. No, I'm actually visually manipulating and moving the structure of my seat. That's how I use it to do visual, and now it's like a keyword. See the different versions and perspectives of different people, right? How you situate your eyes. I don't know. Like, it's like, yeah, John was telling everybody back then that they were eating people. Sure, you can turn it into the eating people. Is that part of the insanity? Because it's sort of like it's people who are bringing it forward because it's that part of people deny cannibalism, even though cannibalism has been around since the beginning. It's just I guess they're trying to normalize it. It's a way of survival. So, like, I'm still trying to comprehend why people are still. I know you say you're fighting for your country, but do you know what you're like you're really going to war about? They want the strongest to go away so that they can go after the weakest. Look, there's nothing on a 20-year-old, but he has the same disorder as his father, so he can't go over. But his father's always saying, what? Protect your assets. Otherwise, trumpet masters and trumpets below you. Gotta have the curtain, right? One saying it now, one being well, I guess if he's looking to be an heavy reader, then he's well himself. If not surpassed him. Something going on. Did you say you're evolving? I always thought evolving meant moving forward, but you keep living in the loop. It's like, how long does it take before you realize a record is skipping? It's replaying the same. So, I didn't come in to preach to you about verses in the Bible. Exactly what that's what we talk about. You wrote the someone else's words and you figured out how to construct those words because you gave it up to be your thoughts, your inspiration, your guidance. Why don't you find your muse? If you don't know what muse means, it's your inspiration. That part of you. Like I'm trying to get rid of culture and arts, music. They're trying to remove those parts of the creative parts. Start advertising your creative arts. Let the people come to you. Teach them online, figure it another way. Maybe they just feel like they're not doing it, but they want to continue to create their boxes with each other. I have a grandson who he constructed his own house and he had written slides in it. So it's like a little, it was like you had a playground in your house, like they have in McDonald's or something like that. But you know, that's what it seems. But at least he was using his creativity to grow for adults. He had to look at the past and not a square one. Do you know that when you try to eliminate culture and arts and music, you know, you got paintings on the wall, you listen to music, whether it be your type of music or not, or whether like same as everybody else, you get different type of music. That's part of it. You get different, or you want to allow somebody to implement the law where they had to. You're allowed to say you're allowed to dance. And Jesus never said how many times you have to pray. Right? It's something that you do. People abuse prayer. And I say we abuse prayer because there are many people who are praying for healing sometimes. True prayer meditation. It's just something that comes naturally. It's not something that is scheduled every day, so many times a day, and then to tell everybody else they have to do the same. That's not fair. Everyone has to meditate on God and do the love. That's what we must do. That's the meditation. That's why sometimes, like, when I get frustrated, my words don't come out in English. Felicito, boy. It's like when people say about ADD or ADHD. Yeah, yes, that's the key that you got from Bill, I know. Blame it on my ADD. Blame it on my dad. Felicito, boy. And I'm pretty sure, like, I'm not talking about the one that my earth had that I know of. I'm talking about the ADD. I'm talking about John the Baptist. Go away. You know, it's like, God, I don't get up going. That's God. It's John. It's the versions of spirit, and he's just can't settle enough to get a thought together. That's the part of the spiritual part. It's like, I love you, John. I totally understand a lot of it. They almost feel insanity. But there comes a time, I'm talking spirit to spirit, but there comes a time where you have to do what you saw everybody else do. And that's simple. It's like take responsibility. It's that part of, they'll come out and they'll tell on themselves. The stuff John in spirit went through, the many versions of himself that he went through, the resurrections that he did. John was the youngest one through, so yes, I guess. Kate was the one that was sent John for John. And right there on my clock it says 4:32. 4:32 works. Coincidence for the those who know what I'm talking about. Coincidence. you know, once I was told that I lived in the devil, which was something really strange for someone to say. They even said that we were father time and mother. And when I Googled the place of it said God's plan. And I'm not really sure what it is. It's BBC's watch, just don't know. Somewhere. But I do believe that there's someone close to me that lives in this south. It's like the man John that lived here before he passed. Like I was upstairs, nobody was said that. Like they just said that. Never said that. I was in the room where he lived with. And then like, I was in there and showed me. What did they call it? Like as with John was one of those things that artist represents the cutting of the. See, what was it? What actually? Yeah. Like, okay. Judge and jury, okay? With King A, with judge and jury. So the ones that were on Abel's side condemned Cain and said it was Cain, which they were all in cahoots and had the same feelings as Abel. It was a sacrifice. Abel sacrificed Cain's child! Oh, fucker! Son of a bitch. Like, do people not realize that I already know how fucking ridiculous I look? But right about now, that opinion that you have of me doesn't matter. It's like I was trying to say don't matter, but doesn't matter at the same time. My channel's not for everyone. I talk about anything and everything that spirit takes me where spirit goes. Because it's all those versions of the spirit trying to come forward of what angle they see it on, because that's the only way you're gonna figure out what fuck happened or what the fuck's going on. It says sitting around fighting with one another. Well, you're fucking fighting with one another. Holy shit, man, you could be sitting around dancing with one another. And then the right ones, we can take it to task. Go good for their stuff. story you're teaching to your children in Sunday school. Is the opposite because it's the same story that you give David. David was protecting the people from Goliath, and Cain was protecting the people. And is that what I see? So the timelines that you thought they were. Because so the one that I see vision that looked like they had been skinned alive and burnt with a demonic dog was that vision of David's son that was sacrificed. It's like I keep seeing like the way the ring light. It's like you know these people's headstones and the couple they have those rings over one another. It's like that almost like it's like the untying of the knot. So okay, how many have watched the series Empire Fighters and one, two of the siblings? And it's the Planet of the Apes. Or sorry, no. Um, it's the witches, but one sacrifices himself for the other. Because it's where they say it had that the twins had to merge. But I think that it might have been something different for that. So stop saying it's the world. Because the exact people that you look up to in the system of religion, they're which is the world. So we would glorify the names more like priests, priestesses, doing the same thing. But don't say that, right? And it's 444 on my timeline. But don't say that, huh? Why not? It's okay for them to say that other people are this. Because it's, priest, pastor, or priest, or priestess, or what have you. It's another form of preaching the arts, right? Only they know the arts, they don't teach it to you. It's like, so what do you do if you don't want some other people knowing that this shit exists and this is what they're doing and happening? Then what do? You demonize it and you say that those people who are experiencing it are fucking Lulu. Well, I guess they're no more Lulu than you, right? Or when you normalize yours and demonize ours. You see what we get with that. It was super cool. I feel like all Spirit does is sit around the lecture. This is what I come for. You have to feel for yourself. Welcome to my comedy show. Like, fuck, I experience it every day, so on my own. I'm like, so, hey, sit up together. Yeah, but please, there's more views. Do I feel like anyway for doing this in front of people? No, because it's, I'm going through ascension symptoms. I'm not sick. I do need rest, but he's said, get your ass on here. So clear faster. Hey, this is, as fucked up as it appears, it's the way to connecting back to oneself, to connecting to that, what it is that you're looking for. Yeah, it's like that. Yeah. 2 a.m. I won't be on the century. I'll be forever in that sense of it's to put it together. And then you when I'm doing like sitting here, I may not be looking at the screen or like but I have to do it so they see my just reply to something we were thinking about and try to like for 12 years. It's like total respect. I have things from different perspectives. I don't just look like you and you're outside of that, where there's not a lot of perspective, the way someone observes it and understood. Is he going to hear some more? My opinion? No, I just got a lot of questions. It's like as annoying as it may seem in our culture, they're asking us questions. It's trying to figure out what exactly it is. Because maybe they're asking a question because you have to ask them also what perspective you're seeing instead of saying down because maybe like you can see what you don't. And they may sound stupid, but they're not. But they're born, they just can't verbalize what they do know. So then they get programmed by adults as they grow up in systems. But have you noticed that the children are coming in? You say that they're coming in not knowing anything. But see, the children I've been around, they know more than what many adults know. And it's because I take the time to hear what they're saying, what they're trying to convey. I don't dismiss it. And when I say I don't dismiss it, I don't dismiss it in a way that, maybe the child is telling something from the future or conveying it. Because I know of a little one that, they were talking about a stove or something like that. And the little one was going, and it goes round and round and round like that. Whatever else I said after that. But that night, after that little one saying it, the pipes broke and it flooded the basement. So she was telling them ahead of time, and she was only little. So that's the part that I'm trying to convey. Don't dismiss them. Because the more you dismiss them, the more agitated and irritated they're going to become. And then that's when they are really going to not take the time to listen to you. So when you get older and you say, like, nobody listens to what I say. And it's usually because nobody listened to a lot of time. Many people did listen to what we had to say. So they always felt unheard. So they always had to feel that they had to talk over everybody else in order to be heard. But then shutting everything else down and that other person had to say because they felt it wasn't important or they just didn't know about it and wouldn't take the time to actually check it for themselves. I know someone who told me that they had an experience where, there was something that came up out of a well that was in out of their house. It come up out of the well. But would they tell anybody today? They just say no anymore. Of course not, because it would make you look crazy, right? Crazy. It's just crazy to use, the full watch. But they make it mental, which the insanity is the crazy is the word. Even though it doesn't feel like it at times. Because by fuck, man, do you ever feel like it's like, hang on, you're a fucking right. It's worse than a when those rights you get on at the freaking the rides that you get on at the fair and stuff. Like shit. At least on those, sometimes you might get the shit scared out of you, but you get a little bit of a thrill. With this, it's just like holy shit. It's not insanity. Although it makes, like I said, it may, you know, I'm not afraid or ashamed to share that, I ended up in the psychiatric unit the first time in 2021. Well, I mean, in 2021, this was with regards to, feeling like a fucking animal was coming out of it. And I mean, I was like growling and snarling and heading for blood your heat. But I knew, like, okay, time to go to the hospital now. Something don't seem right. But then I started realizing what I was going through. And man, there was a lot of crazy. To the point where, one of the times that I got put in the psychiatric unit was because, you hear the thoughts of, the cannibalism stuff. Because, the cannibals, the ones that people who say I'm crazy like that, it's going all around and, yes. It's like, which I found strange because I was capable of going and getting on and going into have a X-ray or CT scan or sorry ultrasound, but instead, they brought one to me, which those were usually only used for the ones that couldn't get out of it. So that night I ended up in psychiatric unit. I was released the next day because it told me I'm not. It's like does it seem insanity? Do you think I don't fucking know that? But that's the part of when you wake up, you go through that, but you actually you end up doing the past versions of your experience. It fucking freaks the shit out of you. And it causes people to commit heinous acts and not knowing that they're doing it. Because it's not part of like that sensation, it takes over. That's when you're no longer in control of yourself because you won't get yourself in check. So that's why you get people going in and pleading temporary insanity, and they're getting away with whatever they're getting away with here and there because people aren't in check. not about cutting someone's hand off because they stole a loaf of bread to feed their family. So that's there's like shit, man. You should be cutting both the fucking hands off of the corrupt people. There's money laundering and everything, right? Working people. But instead, you're worried about a fucking piece of loaf of bread. Sit back and ask yourself why they're trying to steal that loaf of bread, and then get yourself in check and ask and question yourself. And then maybe you might want to start questioning the system more often than not. Because some people feel like somebody who goes out and steals a loaf of bread or something to feed their families or to clothe their families, that's more of a heinous crime than it is for these fuckers who are people in power, stealing your goddamn freaking money and money laundering it and saying that there's no social structure. No, because you're giving it all away. Can't blame the system for something yourself. And no way to stop doing that is to get yourself in check and realize that a little bored with this. What we're being told. Hello? Hello? I can't hear you because you're way off from the distance. Holy crap. Yep. It doesn't make personality. It's coming out of me, so I guess you could say I have many different personalities because we're all many different versions of spirit. And even with yourself, you always get the same. Because I think people who actually watched and observed people more closely, you would find out that, maybe they're just on your level and I'm just way beyond it. And I mean in the sense that I don't appear to be altogether bad. Last thing that I said that, they will go after something that they don't understand. And that's true. You go after certain aspects of life that you don't understand and you attack it without taking the time to actually sit and then ask yourself, is this just a little bit more, like I said, it might be shown old. We're just showing this. But it took me back to Zeus. I go ancient stuff and everything. Like if you're a therapist or something, you're trying to analyze me, like when I look for this, it's like I'm looking for like, like you would perceive it. I'm seeing that you're seeing it here. Your vision if you're having second, what- but it's a part of being able, before putting it out, being able to analyze it from within. So speaking it through for the answers to come, to see it in the look on it, that show up to look this up and you like being good. Some people hear the sound inside perception outside. Some people feel it. Some people feel it. Some people almost like the gut, but it's more of a growl. But then it's when you can actually hear it through the whole essence of the that's more of the part of the, the spirit of what they're in at all lives and see the difference. Because like I focused here, okay? So that's seeing one part of the room, one part of the picture. So I'm looking through here, but at the same time that I'm looking through here, I see here, 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 here. And I'm feeling back here, but I'm having this sensation of everything around. That's the aspect of the eyes. The aura is the aura has the eyes. Every part of the body has eyes. It's spiritual. You know, like I'm gonna share something. It's actually sort of gross too. Because when I was staying in my camper, I was doing a lot of walking and I was eating a lot of crab apples. So I was very consistent every morning. But it was like something you'd want to watch out for stepping on if you went on a cow pasture because it was like that type of right. So I would go to flush and it would, and I could look. It was like, oh my god, like it was like parts of me were seeing that didn't want to see because what you see you cannot unsee. That makes sense. It's almost like once you start saying, you almost get it. I was almost embarrassed for myself, and that's why I was like, oh shit, like right. But that's the part where you still don't understand and get it unless you went through yourself and had somebody help you to understand what you just experienced, opposed to somebody sitting you, saying, walking you, and asking you some interesting questions that just wouldn't aggravate anyone who understands what the reading is. They're just there trying to sort through it. You say you're specialized in multiple personalities, but yet you can't deal with spirit. Because the pastors, priests, and what have you, they were supposed to be therapeutic, not that's a part of preventing something from becoming a mental disorder that just sticks in your head and everybody wants to keep there because it's perfect for the purpose. this. And you're even fighting over who invented what. And what I mean by who invented what over the person's color. It's like, why can't you just use a name? They invent something and they're creative. Be proud of the person and the name, not the color. But some of you will be irritated. And then I have to ask you why. Color doesn't make you smart. Color doesn't make you more creative. Although people who think that will believe it does. Which that answers your question of what's more important. Remembering the person by name or remembering the person by color and what they did because you want to use your statistics if you did well. Just maybe that's what's really important. Maybe one is of color. One is a boy and one is a girl. And then what's the forbidden fruit? Was it forbidden because one was a color and one was and it was a separate or people would say about mixed race. That's what some of the but the mixed race. And you're one and I could never understand that she was racist towards white people that her mother was a white woman. So I think, well, yeah, I believe he was white. Maybe it was the offspring. Either way, one of the parents were white and one was kind of chip on the shoulder for me. Like, but then got with the right person. What do you think? Like, if you look at yin and yang, sorry, I have to write it down, right? So if you see the yin and yang side of things, it's like you look at the ocean, the ocean, and you have the mud. What are they doing? They're going into one another, right? Conflicting with each other. So the yin and yang is much like the conflicting with one another. For people to believe that it's just natural flow. Well, if it's natural flow, then you wouldn't have that friction between the two, like with regards to the ocean, to say one has more salty or something than the other, from which place it was. One is running water, the other one is clear water. Does that represent the friction between the families? But I think you know where I'm going with. I'm going to there. So, take what you will, take what you do, take nothing at all. Like that being said, I send you all much love, light, many blessings, this is what everybody to anyone who wants to really see each and every day, very yourself, you're not yourself. You are not somebody says you are. Yeah. It's like too many times we try to be someone we're not just to make others happy. And sometimes part of it is because you're not the same person anymore. So the people you've been around, it's not the same, something's different. It's like sitting with it or with that person or that part of yourself and trying to figure out what it is that the change. The first thing you would do is just sit in front of a screen like this and actually talk to yourself about that conversation. Two screens so that you're talking. It's as if there's two versions of yourself talking with one another, and then you have the therapist with you and help spirit to spirit with the medium. the Trinity. Have a great evening.